Okay, hello everybody. So let's continue with my latest videos that I was doing about Wusik ZR. Was messing around with some benchmarkings for SSE and AVX and also FAMA3. It's actually a big deal. So I have created a small benchmarking test tool and I'm going to upload this so you guys can check out. And I'll also fix a few things in my ADSR envelope file, and I created a module for use with the file. So let me upload this to GitHub. I have to manually copy because I'm not going to place all my code in GitHub, just a few parts. So let me check first. I have my user modules that I have updated. So the ADSR envelope, my scene instructions, and the utilities files that I created just with some macros and other stuff. Okay, let me find my GitHub here. Wusik juice, extra user modules. So here we go. And also there's the pink image file there. If you want to know about, I can explain what it does. But essentially, is what I use on all my products, especially on Wusik 2008. So let me show you what I'm talking about. You can create a single image for the background or for other objects that can be resized in certain portions using the pink image. So let's say I have my menu here. This is actually one image that gets resized, but that doesn't get stretched or anything like that. It uses just one image, one picture. So let me see here my Wusik engine, Wusik 2008 skins, the default skin. And if I take a look here on the background, you can see that I have the background and those pink lines. The pink lines will determine what can't be stretched, and anything outside the pink lines is going to be stretched. So if you look here again on my Wusik 2008, you can see that it uses this image, this picture for the background, but where the pink line is doesn't get stretched. So this is a very handy tool that I created. This is not my idea. I think this was on VAZ modular synth that I took this idea from. I don't really remember who created this pink lines idea, but someone created, not me. I just created the code for juice. So my pink line module allows you to do that. Get the one single image with the pink lines, and it's going to create 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pictures. So the corners of the left and right, bottom and top, middle, and then the center picture. So you can create any size of background you want with that. Let me see my benchmark tool. Here, benchmarking. And then the current state of Wusik ZR code, which are going to make open source just the start, not the whole thing. So we can take a look at that. Let me upload to GitHub now. I have changed a lot of stuff in there. Okay, so I made this GitHub public, if I'm not mistaken. Let me double check because last time I updated, it wasn't public. Yeah, it's public now. And I'm also talking about this on the Juice forum. There's a topic where I'm talking about my ideas for the sync code. Will just be posted there. So this is the this is the GitHub code URL, and this is for the juice forum if anyone wants to check it out. So let me go back to my project. Just going to take a quick look at how I finished the actual sync code. So where's my sync code? Here's my sync code. So I created a bunch of classes for SSE and then for AVX with FMA3. And that's a big thing. So if I check out my processor here, it has support for AVX. So you can see in here SSE, all these SSE extras, but I'm not going to use any one of those because from what I see that doesn't benefit much. And then we have the AVX 1, 2, and then FMA3. And FMA3, it has some new stuff. And I found a very handy tutorial about it. This is the link. I'm going to put all of these on the instructions. So if you want to take a look, the most important ones are for the FMA3, which allows you to do a multiply and an addition in one single instruction. And you can see the latency is a bit lower compared to just using the regular instructions. So if you want to multiply and then add, so A multiplied by B and then added by C, you have a latency of 8 cycles. But with FMA, you have a latency of 5 cycles. So I have added this to my call, which I call multiply adding this, which on my envelope I use for several things. Several not, 2 things actually. So when I have my clip code here, instead of doing current value equals current value times the clip value times 10 times 1. Instead of this, I created a small tool that will do this using just one of the sim instructions from the FMA3. So it does the AB multiplied and then summed by C, which you can see in here. So there's the clip multiplied by 10 and then added by 1. And then internally, I just multiply again on the value I'm calling it, which in this case is the current value, the value of the envelope. So it's pretty handy. And all my sim instructions that are here now, there are just a few problems that I have to always remember, because when I go like multiply current value, multiply this is going to affect the current value. But if I put top this on the end, it's not going to affect the value anymore. It's just going to output the value. So it's just a small thing I have to worry about. A bit complicated to understand at first, but it works pretty well. So if I run this benchmark tool now, it's going to it's going to compute the SSE, and then it's going to compute the AVX. So you can see here that it took 1.75 seconds for the SSE and 1.47 seconds for the AVX with the FMA3. So it's much faster. So it's a nice, really nice thing to have. And if the code gets more complex, it's going to run even faster if you just do the right thing. And on the envelope code, I changed another thing. I made the note on and note off in the code itself, and I added a start voice option. So when a note on happens, it's going to check for the free voices. I created a small loop here that checks if there is any free voice. If not, it's going to check the oldest voice that is in release mode, but it's not being held by any fingers on the keyboard. And then if no one is found, you must steal a voice. So it's going to check for the oldest voice. Actually, my check here is there's something wrong here. The key counter must be lower. It's going to check the oldest voice, but my code is checking for the newest voice. So it has to be the reverse. So let's take a very large number and then check if it's lower or equal that number. Then it's going to check for the oldest voice. This one is small errata here. So it's going to check for the lowest. And if it's stealing a voice, I created a variable here, is stealing now. So when I go to create the voice, if it's stealing, I set this voice as stealing, is stealing note equals true. Then I position the envelope as a release with a rate of around 10 milliseconds. Maybe it could be a bit lower. Let's say 5 milliseconds, or even lower, 4 milliseconds. So in a 4400 sample rate is going to be 176 samples. That's good. Then sustained value is going to be 0, so it goes all the way to 0 and stops the note, and sets the voice as being a release voice just in case, and also has a global variable which I call has stealing voice. So now if I look at my Wusik ZR code, let me open it up. So my process here, remove this. So I have my start of process here where I set some variables that are going to be global for this call. The curve of the envelope, the clip, attack, the case, sustain, release, and the sample rate. Now I start to process the MIDI messages. So if it's a note on, I put ADSR envelope note on and the note off, the same thing, and all notes off is going to be the reset of the envelope. And now I start processing the voices. So I process all the voices in SSE mode here. I could just go here and add, let me check it. I did create what is it now? Wusik ZR program. I remember creating some option. Oh, I haven't created. So let me create here. Vol is AVX code. AVX code, because I just want to have 2 codes, not more than that. false, and then during initialization, oh, I think I put it on the data structure. Yeah, it's in here. Kidding me. The process types in there. Process SSE and AVX FM83. So it doesn't go in here. Sorry. And process design, of course. So process type, now I have to check, add the FMA3, data structure, FMA3. Because I'm not going to add just a AVX and system status as FMA3. So you must have AVX and FMA3 for AVX code, otherwise it's just SSE. And if it's a very old one, it's just going to disable the processing. Let me see if I add that. Yes, process type is disabled, just not going to process anything. So, okay, on my voice now I can go if data files process type equals process SSE. Then I'm going to do this, everything in here. Oh, come on. Otherwise, I do the AVX code. So let me quickly explain what I'm doing here. I'm going to put this because soon the code is going to get very large and I want to be able to see very well where is everything. So it starts processing the voice in blocks of 4. So instead of this loop, I have to test, but I could just go and instead of the loop, call each one directly. For the AVX is very easy because it's just 4, 8, 16. Four. No. 16 times 4. I'm getting stuck on this. It's times 8. Not good in math, to be honest. 16 times 4. Yeah, that's correct. And the same thing in here. For the SSC, I'm going to leave like that because for now, at least, if I see that each time I can change, I'm just going to change. So I process a loop of voices, going to process each one. And then on the end, I'm going to set the envelope as idle, check if there is any stealing voice to be processed, and also going to check if all envelopes are not idle. So I just go, if envelope idle, then check if there's any other voice that is not idle. Because this can help a lot when the whole thing goes into idle mode and is then bypassed. So I created this on the envelope. Let me open the envelope now. Where is it? Oh, here my process voice. And here's the idle. Just check if it's idle. Oh, the idle is already in there, so I don't need to put this in here in again. I just call the whole thing and checks if it's idle. And any value is over 0, I'm going to return as false. So it's idle is not false. Idle is no longer idle. So okay, what do you have so far? You have the process voice here that I created for the envelope. which is working almost correctly. There is just one thing missing, and it's the velocity settings. So it's on a node on. Let me check here. I create a start voice option, and here I'm getting the velocity of the node, but let's check. So if the velocity option, oh, I don't have the velocity option in here yet. I have to add. To have the curve, the clipping, all the other values, and I also need the velocity. Velocity value. And I must pass this to my start. Where is it? Oh, here, the start process. So I'm going to put velocity curve. And now I have to add this to the process. Let me close the benchmark because I'm not going to be using it for now. Start process, and then we add the velocity here. Velocity. Okay. Now I have the velocity value, which I have to set in my start voice here. So if velocity value equals anything lower than 1, I have to start decreasing the velocity. So let's see if I remember. Because as you close into 0, velocity is always going to be 1. And as we close to 1, the velocity is going to be the actual key velocity, which is 0 to 1. So let me think. So the velocity value goes from 0 to 1. Could be just that. So velocity of the voice equals that. We have the velocity of the key. When velocity value equals 0, velocity of the key is going to be 0 plus 1 minus the velocity value is going to be 1. So it's going to force to 1. And as it goes higher, it's going to be the velocity value times the value plus 0. Yeah, that's correct. So that's going to create the velocity option. You can test this right away if you want. Let me push this to the side. And I can call Reaper that I'm using to test. So let me check my settings in here. 0. Attack 1, clip 0. Okay. As I go from 0 to 1, going from low to high. Now, if you turn the velocity all the way to 0, which is off, so it works. And at middle, it should work with a lower value. Yeah, it's working. I also was testing the clip option before. Yeah, it's working too. It kind of works as a hold effect, but it's just clipping the output. So I don't know if I'm going to call this hold or not. Just let me close something here. Just a minute. Okay, what I was doing? Oh, curve. Yeah, curve is also working too correctly. Okay, so for the voice stealing, the voice stealing is a bit complicated. The first thing I have changed on the code is now the envelope code is also taking care of the nodes for the other generators that are coming next, which in this case is going to be the wavetable generator. So instead of having the wavetable checking all the nodes and having to check somehow which voice is each node, I'm just going to create from the envelope, I create a new variable, an array actually, for the MIDI message display. So this array is going to have all the nodes that the wavetable generator must play. And the great advantage here is that the nodes on this array already have the voice allocation number, which the wavetable generator must get. And not only that, but the stealing voices also are going to generate that. So let me quickly show what I'm talking about. Let me get my AC a bit higher. It's getting hot in here because all the windows are closed. So let's go to the note on first. As I was saying, it checks for the free envelopes, then check for the oldest voice, which is not being held. Otherwise, it must steal the oldest voice. I'm using the check already created for the counter on each key. So each voice has a counter, so the code knows which one is oldest. Then, instead of just starting the envelope, it has to steal the envelope. And to avoid a click in the sound, because the wavetable is going to restart from 0, because this is not an oscillator. And maybe it's going to be the same waveform. Maybe it's going to be a different waveform. If it was just an oscillator, we wouldn't have to worry about this. We could just steal the node. But there are a few problems in here. The wavetable can have a different tuning, waveform, panning, volume, and even if you think, let's say we add a filter next, the filter can be also different. So all this can make a click sound when we steal a note. So instead of just stealing a note and restarting the envelope, what we're going to do is set the note as stealing, the envelope position to release, the rate, as I was saying before, to 4 milliseconds, sustain to 0, and then after all the notes are processed, all the voices, I call check stealing voices. So this check stealing voice is going to check if my has stealing voice equals true. Let me go down here. So if has stealing voice equals true, it's going to check all the voices for anyone that has is stealing note. So this is a voice that is stealing. And if the value equals 0, so it has reached the end. So if this is 0 and is a stealing note, I'm going to recreate a note and add this note to the MIDI message play. So it restarts the note on the next generator, which is going to be the wavetable generator. And then I check all the voices. If any voice still have a stealing note, it's going to check the has stealing voices to true and just going to break and continue until there is no more stealing voices to be processed, and then this is not going to be looped anymore. So now we have the note on, is a stealing voice, so if the note is being stealing, and also have a note off here somewhere here. So it checks all the voices that have a message to be checked. And since I'm not going to be bothering about note offs, we don't have to return anything. So we just set the envelope release off. But if this was a sample program and we have a release on the samples, we have to also create a MIDI message note off, so the sample player will have knowledge that the note was off. But in this case, the wavetable doesn't do anything of that. But the sequencer that are going to be implemented next will require that. But then I just come here and add that option. So, okay. Let me think now. I think that's pretty much it now. Everything's set in here. I have all my SSC and AVX calls. Now I have to create the monophonic mode. One thing I was thinking, and maybe it's good to have the maximum envelope voices, but we could also have a setting of the actual number of maximum voices. So we can select from monophonic to 4 voices, 8 voices, 16, and 32, let's say. My eyes twitching today. So by default, it's going to be the maximum number of voices. And in the reset code, I'm always going to use the maximum number of voices, so to reset all the voices. But now I can change. So on the note on, I'm going to use maximum voice instead. Note off, the same thing. We check for stealing voices too. And all the values here are going to be as maximum voices. So it always have room for 32. Hey, Zen Devil. Okay, hello, man. That's a nice nickname. I'm more towards like Devil Zen. I don't know how to pronounce Zen. Here we say just Zen. Okay, so let me think now. I have to also change the voices. And every time a voice is changed, I have to reset to avoid any problems. Change to maximum voices. I can imagine that. It's a lot of strange things happening here. So let's put this if maximum voices, not maximum voices, is going to reset and set the number again. Oh, there's a small b here, but it's the ones that don't bite. Sting. They don't bite. Sting. It's a brown bee. And I'm pretty sure they don't sting because I have handled them before a lot. It's making some noise in my microphone. Okay, so let me check my voices parameter now. Instead of mono and poly, I'm going to create monophonic 4 voices, 8 voices, 16 voices, 4 voices, 32 voices. And it's going to be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the default value is going to be 5. HI. So now I have to call I might prepare to play here. Actually, not prepare to play here. I have to change the voices. Change the voices further. K mode. Yeah, K mode. In this case, I'm going to take default value. Oh man, that's hard to say. Let me show you quickly, just so you get an idea. This is on my Wusik station code. See on the left, let me see if I can show to you. Those are all the modules. So I have the envelope, the aftertouch code, arpeggiator, the audio input and audio looper. I have here my basic reverb, the drawable oscillator. Just to show the drawable oscillator, okay? All this is the drawable oscillator. These are a total of 1,300 lines just for the drawable oscillator, just one. The LFO is 470 lines. Let me see, the sample player is a big one. Sample player, 5,700 lines, so it's a lot. So every object here on the left, it's something. A super oscillator, 700 lines. The wave sequencer, 3,000 lines. 30 lines. And so it goes on and on. You also have the interface. The interface is actually very big. Yeah, that's a lot of code. The Wusik ZR code alone, here we have almost 300 lines just for the envelope, and then another 300 lines for the processing alone. And then the interface, we don't have anything yet. And the sim instruction, we have already 142 lines. Well, I'm creating the Wusik ZR, which is going to be a wavetable synth, but I'm doing from the ground up, from zero. And I'm trying to create with SSE and AVX code in mind, so it runs faster. And I'm going to oversample it a lot, so that's why I'm using that. So right now, I'm taking care of the envelope here. Yeah, but it's not just not wavetable. It's going to have a sequencer for each voice, so you can sequence the wavetables like the sequencer of the music station, but it's going to be a bit different. We're going to have, my idea is that each node can create 8 extra voices, and each voice can be a static waveform, a moving sequencer in sync with the host tempo, or just a free sequence. And each sequence can have multiple steps. That's going to be a bit crazy to do, but I can do it. I know how to do it, at least. So right now I'm just checking for the voices. So now I have to switch the number of voices. Yeah, it's going to be different. It's very different. But I took almost a week creating just the sim instructions. For you guys that don't know about programming, SSE is very great because you can process 4 numbers with almost the same speed as one number. It's about roughly the same speed. So let's say you have 8 voices. In just plain code, you have to process voice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. But with SSE, you can process 4 voices and then 4 voices. And with AVX, you can process 8 voices just using almost the same speed as the 2 times the SSE code. But it's not really the same speed. It's just a bit faster. But then I discovered FMA3, which is kind of new. And when you have AVX and FMA3 on the processor, I can do some tricky stuff and get a bit more extra, less CPU cycles, and then it's going to run faster. But for that, I have to create everything using SSE or AVX instructions, so I don't break the code, because the code flows much faster when you don't break the code into regular code and SSE code and AVX code. So I created my envelope using logic. So let me check my envelope code in here. This is my envelope code. There is no single if and else in the code. I'm using pure logic in this. So it runs much faster, but it doesn't run on very old processor. But any processor with SSE, any processor that doesn't have SSE is going to be very old, so it's not a problem. I'm just going to put a remark on the plugin itself. Wusik Station, for instance, doesn't run without SSE. for years now, and no one has complained, so not a problem. So let me continue here. I'm trying to change the voices now, so I can create a different number of voices, not just not just monophonic and polyphonic, but other types too. So let me check one thing. Going to sneeze. The air conditioner is messing with my allergies. But that's okay. So okay, I have created the voices in here, so it's going to be actually it's going to be like this. So 0 is going to be monophonic, so it's one voice. 1 is 4 voices, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check my list here. Yeah, 4, 8, 16, 24, 32. 4, 8, 16, 24, 32. Okay, that's in place. So when the number of voices changes, we reset all the voices, we reset the message to play, we set the ceiling notes. Okay, that's all good. Sorry. What are you talking about? I don't know. I cleared the chat window. Does it clear for you guys too? Because it helps me out so I can see from the corner of my eye if someone is typing. Just let me know if it happens. I just clear so I can have a better look. Just let me know, guys. And okay, now the next thing I have to create, which is a big pain in the ass to do, but it must be done, is the monophonic mode. Because the monophonic mode is not going to use any of those things. It's always going to put just the first note and then the last note released. So now I need an array. Let me think the best way to do this. Holding notes for the monophonic mode. But then I need to know which key is the first, which key is the last. Let me think for a second. Because you press one key, it's going to go to the array. Press the next one. Yeah, okay, it should work. So the holding notes are only going to be applied when you're on monophonic mode. So I'll always clear it during the reset. when you do a note on, we first check if maximum voice is equals 1, that's monophonic. Otherwise, it's polyphonic. I'm going to clear the chat again, so if you guys just write something, don't worry, I'm going to read. I'm not clearing the chat because someone said something wrong. No, just so I see things better. Okay, so note on, I created a monophonic section, and a note off, I also need to create a monophonic section as well. And there's no stealing voices for monophonic, at least not for this particular synth. So, okay, we have a new note and it's monophonic. So we check if the holding notes size equals 0, that's the first note. Otherwise, we do something else. So if it's a first note, let me check here my stuff. What I'm going to do is basically create. Oh, and the note on doesn't need to return anything. I forgot to remove that. So if the first note, we created a note. The key counter, I'm not going to bother about. Gesundheit! My wife just sneezed. And the key counter we don't bother about. Voice is always going to be 0. Let me see if do we reset. I set voice to 0. Yes. We missed in the message, so we start voice 0 and the message. And I don't care about the voice on the MIDI message play. So okay, if this is the first note, we're going to add to my hold notes. Which note is it? So it's message get note number, and we start the voice. It's going to use all the information on the first note for the voice to start, especially on the envelope velocity. Now, any other new notes after that, we just add to the list. Put add if not already there, just in case I'm going to add also this on the top here, just in case we're not getting double notes, because some keyboards do that for some reason. So any other keys are not going to do much, but we must tell the sound generator, in this case the wavetable, that there's a new thing happening with a new pitch. So what I'm going to do, just call with the new pitch, the voice is going to be 0 again. But it would be nice to know that the envelope is not reprocessing anything. So for now, I'm going to leave like this, but it can produce some strange behavior when you have a monophonic sound that changes pitch and change the waveform, because then the next waveform can do a bit of clipping on the sound. Like you have one sine waveform that's on the top, and now you press another note in monophonic, and you're just changing the sound, and it goes to the bottom, and this top to bottom clip can produce a very audible click sound. It's very common with some old vintage gear to do that, but since they are analog, usually don't clip much, or they have some filtering and stuff like that. But the best thing for now, I'm going to leave like this. I'm not going to reset the envelope, so the envelope is going to continue. And if it starts producing too much clipping, I'm going to check on the wavetable generator that is in monophonic, and if something is changing from one type of waveform to another, or sequencer or whatever, it's going to handle on the wavetable there instead. But usually I would just steal the note in here too, just as I do with the polyphonic. But for now, I'm not going to bother. So, okay. We're on monophonic mode. The first note is going to start the envelope. Any other notes not going to do anything. And now we have to check for the note off. So if holding notes size is higher than 1, let me do the first things here. Is if the holding notes is equals 1, and you have a note off, it means that there is no other notes being held at the moment. So just clear the holding notes, and we do an envelope note off, which should be this code in here, roughly. So we go to release mode for the voice 1, sustain 0, raise 2, stealing is not. And actually, what I'm going to do, we don't need this. I'm going to create a shared code as I do with the start voice. I'm going to create an end voice. Oh, wow. In this case, just voice. So, position. It's always good to create these helpers, so you don't have to retype the code, and then when you fix something you forgot to fix on the place you have to reuse the code, and it gets a bit messy. So like on note on, I have my start voice already in here, and now on the note off I'm going to have the start voice in here too, the end voice actually. And the same thing when a note is released, and it's the last note, but in this case the voice is 0. Okay, that's easy. But what happens when you have, let's say you have a note 24, 60 and 82 on the keyboard? So it's 24 is C something, 62 is C something, if I'm not mistaken, 60 something. 60 is C center. Doesn't matter. The three nodes. You are holding 24 and 60 and 82. Now you release 24. So what should you do now? Because we have 24, 60 and 82. And you release 24. When you release 24, it has to play node 60. If you release node 60, it has to play 82. And if you release 82, it has to play 60. Release 24, play 60. Release 60, release play 22. Just some small table to check how to do that. So what we do? We go hold the nodes. We have to remove all instances of the node. And this part's a bit crazy. I'm going to cheat a bit. I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm going to check how I did on my very old code. Should be in here. Set nodes, get node voice. Let me check when it's monophonic. And I release a node. Node off is monophonic. I have no clue what I have done here. Oh, here. If node, this is the code I want to import in here. So int node equals, just so we don't have to write everything again. I think that's it. So if the node is higher than the lowest node, we get the last node, the top node from the right of the keyboard. Otherwise, you get the lowest on the left. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Was it 24? 24 is going to be higher than 60. Then you get the I'm thinking now. There is one thing I have to do. When I add I have to add a sorted. How to create the element comparator again? Take a look. I have done this before, but I don't remember now how I did it. No! There goes my camera. Just a minute. Poor little fellow. I have to put this on a better stand. That's okay. Okay, let me check how to sort this guy. Nah, it's not good. Oops. It's element comparator. How do I do? How do I use that? Oh, there is a default sort. Let me check. Add using default sort. Sorry. Because I have to add sorted, so I have always my lowest to the first ones and the highest to the last ones. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Okay, that should work better now. So, okay, let me check. So now I've changed my message to the note that should be played by the other thing. Okay. Let me just rethink this over. Okay, the monophonics should be working now. Let me see if I can control this. Man, it's getting hot in here. Starting to sweat a bit. Error, cannot convert. Let me check. Oh yes, that's incorrect. So now it's in polyphonic. Let's see if I can change the number of voices. Goes to 1.0. Now let me try holding something. it works. But since I can't listen to what's going on, I'm going to make one change in here. Okay, first thing I'm going to change. This is not working. Why it's not working? Parameter M. Let me check how that works because I don't remember. Name string. Minimum 0. Maximum weight. Okay, the value is going to be 1. But it's not showing all the other stuff. Yeah, I have to check that. It's not working. Okay, I'm not going to bother about this right now, but where is my other thing I have to check is the envelope. I want to check if a note that is being reported is the correct one. There's a problem here. It's going to pop up and mess up my keyboard, but well, let me see if I can make it work. Monophonic. Okay. 96, 17. Seems to be correct. This is 96 then. 101. 101. It seems to be working. I'm going to know better when I start creating other portions of the code, when I start checking for the wavetable itself. Let me make a copy of this. Let me put this on the GitHub, because from now on I'm probably not going to be releasing the code anymore. And as always, you can check this on GitHub. I'm going to put the link. And let's continue on to the second part of this part. God, it's going to be big. So okay, I have my monophonic, my polyphonic. It seems to be all okay now. You just have to fix a few things, some small stuff before I continue. The envelope sustain, I put it in the wrong way. It's not in seconds. And maybe I could put sustain to 0 for the minimum, and the maximum takes to max. Maybe there is no need for that. We don't usually do that, so not going to bother about that. Just let me take a quick look now. And just the voices mode is not correct. Wrong one. Okay, sustain goes from 0 to 1. Decay and sustain release is correct. Clip and curve. The one thing I'm not sure about the curve. I need to think on something. So clip, where is clip? It's here. So clip on minimum it's off. Filter on minimum is linear. Pitch bend on minimum it's off. And now just this guy here, the options it's not correct. Huh. What I'm doing, I have to check what I'm doing wrong. I think that's it. Let's see. So clip when 0 is off, curvature when 0 is linear. Now we have monophonic, 32 voice. that's not correct. Oh yes, because I forgot to do like this. Otherwise, it transforms the value as an integer before it multiplies by the maximum value. Oh no. 4 voice, 8 voice, 16, 34, 32. Okay, that's correct now. I'm good with that. This one, static sequence. That's incorrect. It's okay. I'm just fine-tuning a few things before I continue to the next parts. Otherwise, oh, come on. Many option sizes. Double check here. Multiple options. We have 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Okay, that's correct. Let's check again. Modes, 32 voices. Static sequenced. Forward, reverse 100 ping pong. 50 minutes or hertz. Yeah, that's all good now. So now I need to organize how I'm going to call each extra note. I'm going to call voice steps, voices. So that can get confusing. Slots, because you can have like 16 voices set in the mode, but each voice is going to create multiple voices. What to name them? Because my idea is that I have like, let's see, slots. I have 8 slots. And then I have the sequenced steps. How to name this so it's not confusing? Now, how about to check on the internet? Let me think a name. Because I remember, let's see, Holland. Let's check the manual of the Roland 50. How they call each of the things. They call partials on the tone, the structure. Well, partial is not a bad name. Or maybe I could just call waveform. We have like 8 waveforms playing for, and you have the option of off, static, of sequenced. But internally, I can call them all the waveform sequences because no, not that. It's going to be different. And maybe we're going to call waveforms. Then we can have 8 waveforms playing at the same time, or just 1, 2. I think it's best that way. So let's go with waveforms. So we have 8 waveforms, can be disabled, static, or sequenced. So I'm going to create two structures actually. Actually, four structures. Static waveform to sequenced waveform, no crossfades. Because on the sequenced waveform, I need actually two voices or two waveforms playing, the current and the next one, and then you have a crossfade between them. But that takes more execution time compared to just a static waveform or a sequenced waveform that has no crossfading. But then I have to create two codes. So now I'm just thinking of how to organize it. Maybe I could have add to my processing mix the static waveforms. I think I have an idea. So let's create another file. Let me run my producer here. I always backup my stuff before I start something new. So I'm going to create another user module, and this one I'm going to call wavetable. I have a preset. I hate when I do that. Wrong program. So, okay. Information, wavetable, name wavetable. Wavetable. I have to do the same here. This is just the basic stuff. And now I add this to my project. Add module, global user modules, Wusik wavetable. Let me close a few things that develop. I don't need it anymore. We need a vector structure data. Let me fix this. The maximum number of wavetable voices I'm not going to bother because I'm going to create in a different way. This doesn't need anymore. We don't need to know if it's monophonic or not. And the maximum number of voices either. We just will need the sample rate. reset for now is blank. And now I'm going to remove all this crap in here. Start process for now. We don't have anything, but I will need the well, actually no, nothing. I don't even know if I'm going to need that. And then we have to process the voices. So for now, I'm just going to remove everything here. There's no idle for this code, and everything else is gone. Just need a sample rate. There is no enumerators for now. Okay. I'm going to use my latest sequence as a starting point. And I need my data structure, the wavetables from the data structure. How do I get that? Oops, just float. Get my wavetables to loading construction. So I'm going to create my wavetable after everything else in here, so I can pass my data information. And that's it. That's pretty much it. That way I have created the wavetables object, and I have to destruct it. Oops. It's not clear, it's the pointer. So what I'm doing is, so I can create my wavetable class and pass the pointer to the actual wavetables from my data structure, which is a singleton and is created only one time. So I can pass this pointer there during the constructor. And I'm not going to have the voices in here. Because, well, actually, I need to know how many voices. Where's my envelope? So, as I have my envelope voices, I also need to have the wavetable voice. It's going to be 32 as well. It doesn't go there. It goes in here. I need, I don't know what's there for the first. Let me see if my logic is right. I never removed this guy. So it must be in there for mine. So, okay, let me eat something here, then I want to think a bit. I will call these waveform voices internally, but in the interface I'm just going to put waveform. So waveform can be off static sequenced. Okay. So let's start moving to the next part now. I have to create the wavetable structure. So each wavetable sequence trying to think on how I'm going to handle this. Maybe I could do like this. I have the for all the voices. We have the voice 1, voice 2, voice 3, voice 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and so on. I have defined a maximum number of voices of 32. I have to worry about all the voices in there. I could create a boxed sequence. So it's a Wusik wavetable object. And this object would have a fade in and fade out value. And when completed, all 4 can be deleted, be ignored, can delete. No, fade in and fade out when completed Yeah, that's going to work. It's going to be a bit tricky, but this way I have my voices that can be static or not. And to speed up the process, we have to go back to the envelope object now. And we need a block option in here for SSE and AVX. So what does that mean? Because we're processing on blocks of voices, 4 voices for SSE or 8 voices for AVX, I could check, let's say, all these voices here are done, but like this, these voices are done here. So the on SSE, let's say, let me put this on a bit bigger so it makes sense because we have 32 voices. And on AVX it's going to be by 8. So 8. Kind of like this. 1, 2, 3. There's one missing. That's where things get a bit crazy, but just how things work. There's one space missing somewhere here. Yeah, that's okay. So we have 32 voices in SSE and 32 voices in AVX. So in SSE, you can see that it's going to take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times to process all the 32 voices. And AVX it takes 1, 2, 3, 4. But let's say we're processing AVX, and all these guys here, the envelope 0, we don't need to process that. We can just bypass and go to the next one. So for that, I need a variable that will tell me that. Actually, 2 variables. And they don't need to be float, it can be integers or even balls. Ball is voice idle divided by 4 SSE, and is voice idle AVX divided by 8. Just simple as that. And then we have, during the reset, we have to set all this to true. So I have to create another 4 for SSE and 1 for AVX. The voice 2 because they are all idle. Oh, actually, no, it's not like that. Sorry. 4 divided by. This type of stuff can get very messy very fast, so you can only imagine the type of crap you can do with this, but in the end it should work. SSE AVX. So by default, all the voices are going to be idle. And now comes the crazy part. I have to process that. So I'm thinking maybe that's not going to work very well. No, it has to work. I just have to think a bit more. So I can do this check. Internally on the envelope, I'm not going to bother about that. So it's always going to process all the envelopes. But since you have that, you could use that. But the problem is how. And we have to do that externally, I guess. In the case of the envelope, it happens, it's computed so fast that there is no point of bothering about it. So I'm not going to. Instead, I'm going to check for the idle in the end. So what I can do, check my sim instructions in here. Because I have I have a call here that I could use to store that. Because I have the comparison here, which I can check. Now I guess I can put this in here. So if voice idle, the problem that I'm using it the same different variables for each one. So instead, let me think a bit on here. Maybe it's just easier. Where is it, man? Where did I put it? Oh, here. Instead of, I'm just going to use like this, is voice idle, because I can call it directly. We're going to understand in a minute. X, because I can just use this, the number of the voice offset instead. Equals so just call any zero on the value. Where's my value before I write it? There. Well, I can do that like this. Current value any over zero. Idle, so it's not current value any over zero. Okay, that should work. So I'm using a bit of memory overhead here, but it's like 100, not 100 bytes even, just a bit extra bytes, but it's going to compute much faster because I just checked for the voice number, which goes from 0, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24 for SSE, and for AVX it's going to be 0, 8, 16. So that way it works on both codes. Then I have a value now that tells me if that block is being processed or not. So now I have to inject this code into my wavetable code. Sorry. So let me see if this is all good before I continue adding more stuff. But I don't know if that's clear enough, but you have to think on blocks of 4 and 8. And to think that not all voices are going to be played, so you don't have to compute all the voices. On the envelope, it's not really a big deal because it's a very small and simple code. It takes like 0.1% of the CPU on my computer. It's even lower than that, so it's not a big deal. But when you start to oversample the wavetable, then it can get very messy and very quickly if you have 32 voices playing 8 partials, 8 waveforms, so that's 32 times 8. That's a lot. So let me think now. I have my wavetable object here, so now I can start adding this stuff. So it's going to be pretty much like the fade in and the fade out, and the wavetable voices now instead of envelope voices, just to separate one from another. But they always have to be the same, just to make it more clear on the code. So I have my fade in, fade out. I need the rate. I'll need the wavetable selection. Let me check one thing here on the processor, because the sequence is going to be outside of that. The sequence is going to send the information. Oh yes, each node are going to have the rate, the volume, and the volume can change because it can be a different step, and the panning. Let's go to the panning. So that's going to be per voice. Global, I don't think there's any global in this. Well, we have the octave and tuning and fine tuning, which are global. But I'm going to add this on another structure that I pass to this object. So one thing we must do first here on the processor. We have added the octave and tuning. It would be nice to change that on the MIDI level. We don't have to compute that internally. So on the MIDI note, just go MIDI note plus no tone. So MIDI message set note number, MIDI message get note number plus I'll have the value list octave number, which goes from -8 to 8. So it's going to be a bit problematic in here. So I'm going to create a note first. Note equals get note number and equals JLint 0 to 27 and then new note. So the integer, I convert this times 8.0 f times 12. And I have to subtract this, so it's no. Is this times 24 minus 8.0 f times 12.0 f. I think that's correct. And then we have to add the node tuning. So node was. Let's see what's the value of the tuning. Octave 12 times 24 minus 20. 12, sorry, and integrate of all this. Okay, that should work. And we have to do that again. Maybe we need to do like this. If MIDI mass is note on and off, we convert this. So the note off is also going to receive the same thing. Sorry for the running nose. I think it's correct, but I have to double check just in case. So at least now the octave and tuning is done in the MIDI level. Now just fine, I have to add to the wavetable. So we're going to have to add the fine and the other parameters too. So I'm going to remove my simple wavetable here. This is gone. This I can put on the constructor. Let's put this as a global variable, I guess, but no, I just have to call this guy here. Sorry for the typing. Don't really need to do that because I'm not using the variables before that, but it's nice to do. Let's say by accident I somehow reuse the variables, it can be really problematic. So it's always good to initialize correctly and not cry later. So okay, I have my wavetable object in here. And the wavetable is going to also create a sequencer, so it's going to all be in here. So I can remove this, I can remove this. So I'll remove it. Else. Okay. So I'm also going to need this is going to be a bit complicated. Maybe I'm going to create this class inside this class in here, so I can reuse some options. At least I should be able to, like the sample rate. No, it's not going to allow that. How do I create one class that's derived from the other, and I have access to? I'm doing something wrong. Because then I have to create 2 times this. I don't want to. Ah, of course, of course. I was creating I did create it the right way, I just was using the wrong way. Sometimes the simple stuff it is correct, so I can go like, yeah, now I can have access to that. Okay. No, I can't. I don't remember the specific object. Or maybe I can use that on calls. What am I doing wrong now? Sometimes I get a bit tired and then my brain just forgets stuff. I'm forgetting how to create a class that goes inside another class and can share stuff, like I have done with the Wusik scanner, for instance. Or maybe what I'm missing. Anyone got any ideas? Because my brain is about to explode. Why not closing? Crash it. Can I go like this? It looks like I can. I hate that. Well, whatever. For now, I'm going to use that. Right or wrong? I don't know. The idea now here is that on array to go like this. And, well, actually, yeah, that's correct. And the same thing goes for the destruction. Okay, that's fine enough. I'm just going to create this, because this is going to be very large soon, so I don't get lost in the way. Okay, so I have my wave tables and sample rates already defined, and that gets called before the process. Actually, should be. Oh, I haven't created that yet. Never mind. So it's a wave table. The sample rate's not there yet, so I need start process call, just like I did with the envelope. I have my start process call in here to pass the new sample rate. and then I have to pass other stuff soon, but not right now. I could put the fine tuning already in here. Fine tune. Fine tune. And I have to put this in here. Wave table. Start process. Get sample rate. And I have to get the values list fine tuning now. Fine. Okay, that way I have my fine tuning and a sample rate. That's the stuff that was missing from the list. Because everything else is going to be set by step. It's not global. Okay, that's good. So I'm going to take a quick break and I'm going to be right back. And where am I? We'll be back shortly. Just 5 minutes, okay? Okay, got some popcorn for my wife. Thank you, wife! She thinks I'm crazy. Okay, so when you create a new wavetable object, I have to tell the fade in and fade out rates. Which note I'm pressing, the volume depending in which wavetable should play. Why fade in and fade out? If you have a sequence and one crossfade from one waveform to the other, you need to have that. Maybe we even have a code for static waveform without the fade in and fade out. That's extra multiplication, so no, it's not really a problem, but I'm not going to oversample that multiplication. Because when you create a new wavetable object, there's a problem in here. I'm thinking. It's not like that. No, it's not like this. It's actually just one fade, the rate, the volume, the plan, the wavetable. Because what's going to happen is that when it's a fixed waveform, it's going to be 1. When it's a sequence, we're going to have 2 objects where 1 0 is fade 0, the other fade 1, and so on, ping pongs from one to another. That's more like it. Now I have to think when I'm going to create the objects. I'm going to create when I press a key, or when something changes on the interface. I think that it should be when something changes on the interface. So it updates all the wave tables and goes from there. Yeah, that makes sense for me at least. So I have a fixed option or a sequenced option with two objects then. And if fade equals 0, well, that's a problem, because one voice can be in one waveform and another voice can be in another one. So it's a bit complicated to work like that. So I can't do that. Okay, it's time to start creating it. First, we have to do this, the start node. Node start, actually. I'm going to get a base from this guy, because with that in mind, I can create the rate. So when node is on, oh, there's a few things in here I have to worry about. The fade, so the volume, and the pain. Oh, I need the wavetable for each new node. I have to do that. Maybe not like that. Not node on and change waveform. It could be fade, close, fade rate. Yeah, we need a fade rate too, because it can be different from one voice to another, depending on where the sequencer is. Now I have to initialize everything before I start, so I don't have any problems. Let me check the size of the. Oh, what did I press? No! The size of the wavetable. I don't remember how I create that. Oh yes, I remember now. I'm gonna create a sawtooth for the first waveform just to test it out. Okay, I have created my variables here. Now I have to start thinking on the process. The first process I'm going to do is going to be pure C, so I don't have to worry about the code, and I can test and be sure that the code is working. Then I go to this SSC code and so on. I'm using the timestamp to get my voice values, so I don't have to create another thing for that. Process what's the wavetable offset in bytes. So I have to go process like this. Wavetable size. Okay, we need the position of the wavetable. Position. I forgot that. And yes, it's a floating point because you need a float position because depending on the rate you can get like 0.001 or 1.2, things like that. So you need to be a float, and then come back to integer and use the remaining fractional as the interpolation code. And now we have to calculate the rate. The rate has always been a problem for me, but in the last code I used on the Wusik engine, it was a bit better. Let's hope it doesn't crash anymore. know what it was crashing for. Let me check my sample. Low label oscillator is better. It has a very good code for that. Yeah, I have to worry about oversample now. It starts on this code, not on the envelope. You don't have to oversample envelope, it's just silly. Sorry, my nose is getting on my nerves today. So let me copy the code and then I can take a look and remember how I did that. But it's usually quite okay. So let's take a look in here. The sample rate times how many times I'm going to oversample this, which should be around 16 times. I'm going to create this on top here so I can change if I think I should change, but it's going to be fixed, not user changeable. Because it's be more complicated to make it that way. So the note is just going to be the message, get note number. I already applied the octave and the fine tuning, the coarse tuning, sorry. Frequency of A, 4400. I'm not going to change that. So now we have to worry about another thing. Glide I'm not going to worry about. Is the pitch bend. Where is the pitch bend? Here's the fine tuning. The fine tuning is a bit problematic because it can be positive and negative. So what's the fine? Oh, I need a fine tuning here too. And I need a global fine tune. I just add those guys up. It's fine times the fine tune of the owner. so the fine tuning is a bit messy, but it should work. Because I have to check which is the previous note and the uppermost note. So like I press C, I have to check for the, that's before C again, B, B flat, yeah, B flat. And it's upwards, if it finds above 0, I have to check for the C sharp. I think that's correct. And here's the pitch bend code. So I have to check now the pitch bend, how I'm doing it. It's in here somewhere. Let me check how the pitch bend is showing on the screen here. It's very fractional. That's not good. Because I didn't create an option. I guess for now I'm going to leave it so, wow, it's not going to compile now. Because I have all the messy code in there. I'm going to think on something. So I have to pass the pitch bend too. So we have the wave tables. Let's initialize this guy too, just in case. And then the pitch bend. I'll find to use a pointer, I can't initialize. Never mind. The pitch bend is there. Let me add to the process before I forget. The pitch bend. So sorry. We need the actual pitch bend value. So actually I need two values, the pitch bend value, the actual pitch bend value. And then on the plugin processor I have to take care of that. This is center. I'll have to worry about that in a minute. Because the best thing to do about pitch bend is to apply a filter to it so it moves nicely. I have seen some synths where the pitch bend is very raw, so it doesn't sound very good. And the first code I did for Wusik ZR also was a very raw code. It was not very good, but I improved it later on. So it's fractional. And again, we have a positive pitch bend and a negative pitch bend, so we have to worry about both options. Let's take a look at this in a minute. So rate of the voice is the last thing we are going to compute. We don't have no modulations. I have to revise all this code because I'm reusing from Wusik ZR, which is a sampler. And well, the wavetable is a sampler too, so it should work with the same idea in mind. So the first thing I'm getting here is how many cycles per second to get the median note in hertz in this case. But if it was just that, it was going to be easy. But we have the fine tuning, and we also have the pitch bend, and that gets a bit more complicated. So we need to get the fine tuning for this particular node, because the sequencer can create nodes with different fine tuning. So we're going to have a voice that has a fine tuning of one value and another voice of another value. So we have to calculate per voice. Now I have to calculate the pitch bend. This is wrong. This pitch bend value. And here we change it to the pitch bend. But we have to calculate how far the pitch bend is going to go. So let's take a look first. The cycles per second, let's fine tune frequency. That name is not good. The fine tune cycles. That makes more sense. I don't know why I use frequency. But the code is very old. It has more than 10 years, so who knows? So okay, we get the frequency of a note above the note if the fine tuning is positive, or the previous note if it's negative. Otherwise, it's just the cycles is 0. So we have the cycles per second for the note, and the fine tuned cycles. I also put per second too, but it's obvious now. And pitch bend frequency should be the pitch bend cycles too. 0, if pitch bend is 0, positive, and here negative. And we can just use one code for everything, because this is going to run very fast. So pitch bend cycle is going to be 0. And then we get the cycles, let's say it's 440 hertz divided by the sample rate. And then we can see here times the loop size. Should be correct, if I'm not mistaken. Which the loop size in this case is the wavetable size times the wavetable size. Let me think now if this is correct. It should look good. Just now here in the pitch bend, I need to multiply for the actual pitch bend values that I have set up in here. So I have set up from 0 to 48. So I just go the pitch bend times 48, and I have to make this an integer. Well, it does look good. No errors. So now I have to check if the pitch bend in here is correct. Okay, it's correct now. It's going from 1, 0, 1, 2. That's good. So now I can start creating just a basic wavetable process. I'll create this process next. Voice. Let's see how I edit with the wave envelope. And start process voice. Okay, that's good. And voice never changes. Process voice, not process next. I'm just going to process manually first voice, which is not very hard. So what I'm going to do is go like position 0, the rate. By the way, let me check if I put the rate correctly. Yeah, the rate correctly. Position set to 0 again. The waveform is going to be the first one, is the sine one. Oh, and I'm in the wrong place. I'm in the wrong place again. In signing here. on, dude. Stop playing around. Position equals position. Now, just for a very raw. Oh, and I need the output. I forgot the output. Output. Put the output in here. And also the output initialization. So output 0 equals wave tables. This is going to be very ugly, but it's just for testing, okay? Not bothering about volume, pen, or anything else. I just want to check if it's run correctly. The sound is going to be ugly because there is no interpolation at all in here, but it's just so we have something to test. And on the output, I have to process the voices. I'm just going to process the first voice. So it's going to be a wave table objects 0. I have to create one actually. So it's wave table objects size equals 0. I'm going to create one. Wave table. Wusik wave table. Hey, Wusik wave table object. And what do I have to pass? I don't remember. Do I need to pass the actual wave table? Do I have to do that? Looks like I have to. This is the evidence wave table. Now I have to change the waveform for the first one. Create a new message. New message. Note on 60. Channel 160 velocity 120. And fade 1.0, fade rate 2.0, volume 1.0, and 0.0, wave table 0, find 0.0. Now I have to create the actual message. Message equals what? So stupid. That's okay. Created the object, created a change waveform. Now I'm going to process the first voice. Wave table objects, process voice 0. And now I just go don't worry about that. about this either. Just get my wavetable output 0, which is the first voice, multiplied by the envelope. Yeah, that should get something out. Or not. Now it crashed. Okay, let me check what I'm doing wrong in here. I'm going to debug just to check what I'm missing. I'm probably missing something here. Forgot. Hey, how are you doing? Okay. Dang, point election. Why? Exception true. Process voice. Position. Oh, of course. Ugh. Really. I'm just going crazy with the position variable here. It's higher than wavetable size. Jeez. Okay, now it's working. Let me remove this alert. Let me put my envelope back on. And now I'm going to put the note here. So here, note on, we'll create the envelope and use the note here to change the pitch and see if it's changed correctly. At least it should, but who knows. The envelope is not triggering. Let me check. Maybe it's triggering second voice. You'll see. It's going to make a noise now. Okay, my octaves are totally wrong. Here where I set up my octaves, this is not working correctly. I'm just going to remove for now, just to be sure it's that. Just in case. Otherwise it's on my actually, never mind. I'm oversampling. Not oversample for now because I haven't created the oversample code yet. No, that's not good. Let's check what's going on. Let me check which node I'm getting here. And just to be sure that's correct. I was trying to display the nodes. Yeah, baby, know it. Always showing 0, so that's not good. Where's my processing here? Check if in here. If in here is correct. It's always fun to do this checkings. So the code in here is crappy my code. Nice. I have to check why that's happening, but anyway, this is mouse nag. Check now. 72, 160, 48, 108. Okay, the nodes numbers are correct. So just this piece of crap octave is not working. But I can fix it. No problem. Now let's see here, what's going on here. Just for the sake of testing, I'm going to create the rate directly here. Let me think. The rate is not correct because this is assuming a 0 to 1 rate. And it's not like that. Let me take a look at my drawaway oscillator code because it's pretty much what it should be. Because in this case I'm multiplying by 600, but why? That's the thing I don't understand. Why I did like this? Oh, the final rate. I divided by the loop size and times the sample rate. Makes sense. Maybe I don't need this wavetable size here 2 times. Be divided by 1. I don't know the logic behind that, so for now I'm going to believe like this because this works. But well, not so much. What is the idea behind this? Final rate. Final rate I don't use. I use angle rate, so it's not like that. Okay, I'm done eating. Sorry for that, but brain needs energy. A lot of energy. I'm doing wrong. Position pulse rate. Okay, let me think for a second in here. And cycles divided by the wavetable size. Well, the wavetable size is not 1 hertz. It's actually 440 hertz, 440. So how I'm doing this in the draw wave oscillator, because the draw wave oscillator is also like that. But then I multiply by the loop size, but why? I don't get why. I think I'm overseeing something. doesn't sound correct at all. Okay, let me think in here. Let me check the value of this. This is going to break the computer. So let me put this aside because it's going to keep showing messages boxes. 62, 62. Center C should be something's wrong. Nothing's very wrong. Okay. I know 40. I know A to be 44. It's a bit off because it's fine. Oh, fine is near 0. -1, 0, 0, stays 0. Four, 3. It's a bit crazy. Let me check the values again. Octave is 0, tone is 0, fine is almost 0. You can get 0. All 0 now. A should be 44 to 0. Bloody hell. Okay, there is a problem in here. Both fines must be multiplied by 2 minus 1. Multiplied by 2 minus 1. That's one thing. I'm getting the center node. Each value I can supply already negative and positive. Just the only parameters I have to worry about. Knocking in center, almost correct. And also the putting processor now should be correct because octave was negative. And to be honest, 8 octaves is a bit much, 6 should be okay. Where is octave? 6 and 6. That's correct now. Let's see, octave 0. Still something strange in here. But it's not a problem. I can figure it out. It's still running too fast. So okay, I have my my cycles, the number of cycles. So let's say we have 3400 hertz. It means I have to go from -1 to 0 to +1, which is an amplitude of 2. So it's 4400 hertz divided by the amplitude. Okay. Now we have the sample rate. No, that's not correct. Because if I go... Oh, that's correct actually. It's going to have 2200 times divided by the amplitude of 2, actually, times the amplitude of 2, 4400. So it's actually divided by the sample rate and times the wavetable size and then times the sample rate. I think. No, nobody's home. Not like that. Well, actually, it can be like that, but there's one problem. The wavetable size is already a frequency. And what's the frequency again? You may ask. Hertz. Because if it goes from the full amplitude in 12 samples, into 1200 samples, let's say 1200, no, 1200 divided by 400. I hate math. I'm trying to figure this out. So a rate of 1 is going to give me, I have no idea. That's the hard part. Let's not think on these terms in here. So I have my cycles in here, in hertz. That's the rate in hertz. Let me think again. First thing, let me work first on seeing why the rate is not getting centered correctly. me check what's happening with those values. I could use debug, I know, but this is just faster for me. Each band is 0. I'm just going to check that, just in case, then I start worry about the rest. Maybe I need more chocolate. Fine, -1? Why? Each is 0. Wait a minute. I'm putting the wrong value. Fine is actually 0.5. 0.5. 0.5 is actually 0. No, it's correct. Not a big deal, but it's always nice to see that correctly. Okay, now let me think. So fine 0. My rate is 4400, it's correct. So let me try to rethink the whole thing now. We have 1200 samples. That relates to -1 to +1. Equal 1 Hertz. So I have to think of the waveform stored as 1 Hertz. So if I want 4400 Hertz, I multiply by the length. Oh, that's why the ending here multiplies by the loop size. Okay, now I see. By the wave table size. Okay, that now it makes sense. Now I get it. I just don't know why it's not processing correctly, but maybe it's my bad. Process voice. Let me check where it's getting processed. Oh, in here, that's not correct. It should be outside. Otherwise, it's getting called multiple times. Well, I guess I could crawl. But let's leave like that, because I haven't coded the whole code yet. Now it should work correctly. Okay, now it's working correctly. let me try now to process the voices correctly now. Just so we have something to start with. Process with the correct thing here. Voice. Process voice. Voice. Now I'm putting the right guys in place. You see, just for a simple playback, you can see how simple you can get. You just have to get the right math first, then everything else is more simple than you think. It's not processing my voices. Check. Oh, of course, because I have to create the correct voices. So to do that, I'm just going to create me here objects. The first one. Message get first. It's not working. Am I reading it correctly? Let me check this out just in case. Voice is 0. 0. Okay. That's good. Ah, okay. Never mind. I'm just not copying the buffer correctly. Get samples 0 plus. Because I forgot the other voices. Not copying correctly. That should be okay. It's a bit erratic. We have to check whatever voice allocation is not working correctly, but I kind of have an idea. Because this allocates everything. Now I have to check my MIDI messages in here. And here I have to erase. At least I'm getting very near to the point where I can start doing the rest. Oh, it's monophonic. See that there is a bit of problems allocation. That's a bit strange. There's some kind of working okay. Not exactly perfect, but it's a start. So let me check a few things in here before I continue. There's a few problems that I noted in the note stealing, but Reaper keyboard is a bit weird because if you move the mouse too quickly, it doesn't create a note off and it just hangs the note. But I can create a very long sustain here, maximum attack, with a long decay and a long sustain. And put in polyphonic. Sounds a bit weird, but I can do a test. I can create several notes. Let me create this on the startup. Let me create it here. Yeah, man, I'm trying to work today. Nice to see you here again. Thanks. You can watch the video on YouTube later, other day, because I have done a lot of stuff today. But if you want to ask something, just ask away. But mostly was me fighting with the compiler again and with the language itself. But I got some stuff done today. Not bad. So just to resume quickly, I finished the envelope. I added the monophonic mode. I also added other voice modes like 4 voices, 8 voices, 16, 24, and 32. Yeah, I didn't work for a few days. I was doing some other personal stuff and fighting with the computer. So I'm a little bit behind. I also finished the note stealing today, but it doesn't seem to be working. I'm going to try something here. Value. Output velocity. 1 sustain equals 2. Very long. Is release, key counter, voice. Okay. So this should create all of the envelope voices playing at the same time, but in a low volume. Let's see. Yes, we had a storm here. We had a power blackout, so I couldn't stream anymore. Yeah, it was a pain in the neck, to be honest. I'm trying to create all the voices, but very low. I could draw on Reaper, I guess. It's clipping like crazy. Oh, maybe I should put like this. I just want to test the stealing code to be sure it's working correctly. Okay. Zero velocity 0.02. The rate is low. Sustain. Okay. Let's see what happens. I don't know. It seems okay, I guess. I think it's working correctly. So, okay, let's move on to the wavetable and see if I have put everything in there. I'm not going to change the rate in real time because it takes a lot of processing time to do that. So, well, I should. Where's the fine tuning? Well, that's lazy. I want to do it. But the key to the changing the rate in real time is not to do every sample frame, because you can see there's a lot of math in here, and that would consume a lot of CPU time. So let's avoid that. Update rate, and then like we can use like a counter for that. Oops, not here. This should not be in here. It's confusing. It's actually confusing me a lot. Should be on the end here. Let me remove this. So I'm going to create a rate check. So rate update counter. Sorry guys. 0. So if rate equals 0, it updates, and then we check. Say 10,000. 8,000. That's around 1 millisecond, sorry. So if it's 4,400 every second, so let's make it 8,000. I'm not going to use a sample rate here, but there's no need. There's really no need. And we're going to call this for every time a new key is pressed. So it computes the rate right away. Especially because we have to update for all the voices. And then can be a bit time consuming. Where's the voice number? Over there. There's the number of stable voices. Oh, here. X. And for that, I need to have the note number again. I need to know a few things. Find voice equals find. Great, that's true. So I need to know the note number, the find note number, and just notes. Okay. And now I have to clear that up. Note equals find equals 0. 0.5 actually. So note, where do I use the note? I use several times. I don't need to use like that. Voice. We started first before I forget. Define voice right there. Find voice 2. Note, 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 note. Okay. And then I want to inline update rate because well, it's not going to work. I have to call this outside of the process voice. Or I could put in here the voice and remove it from here. Let's try forcing inline. So inlines on my process voice code. It can happen before anything else. It's not good. We want to call that fudge. So here, update rate, I have to go like, I have to add a force option in here. Okay, that should work. Now I just have to call this on the process here. Before anything else, I just go and call it the update rate force false. That way you should have a real-time update of the rate without breaking the CPU. Oh, of course, I know what it is. I have to add the number of samples I have processed. Samples. So here on my update rate, I can go samples 0. There's number of samples. Now it should work. What? Just a minute, guys. My wife wants something. Okay, I'm back. So now let me test this. It's still not right. Let me think here. I'm doing this for every sample. Up the rate buffer get number of samples. Oh, that is correct. I don't need that. And my rate is just too big. 800. Strange. Maybe I should use this sample rate, but just in case, let me try that. Maybe Reaper is taking too long to report back. I don't know. Yeah. When I release the mouse, it reports back. So it's not my code. Can be 8,000 for sure. I can do that on the interface. On the interface, can change faster, so it's not a big deal. Let me figure out another way to test this. There is another way. Let's create an LFO. Let's check. Fine. Where is my fine object? Here, fine. A very simple LFO. Nothing fancy. That's crap. Ah, nice that you asked it. On my sim instruction, I was taking a look at some documents. Let me open something up for you. I was talking about SSE and AVX, and then I was taking a look at AVX and also FMA3. So it's this guy here. The FMA3, it adds some nice instructions for multiplying and summing at the same time. So here it is, FMA, and FMA3 is kind of new, started in 2012, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And there is also FMA4, but FMA4 is for very new processors, and I think it's just Intel for now. But the nice thing is that it has an instruction that you can add, can multiply A and B, and then add C in just a single instruction, and it has a latency of 5 cycles compared to 8 cycles of doing that manually using SSC or whatever. So it's very nice. You can take a look at the file there. So I have added 2 types of codes on my plugin. The SSE, if the processor supports it, otherwise it's not going to work, it's going to complain and just bypass the audio. And the AVX with FMA3, because then I have added some nice tools in here to process that. And let me get the GitHub William. And I have just uploaded, just before I started messing with the code, everything to the GitHub page. And you can see there the SSE and AVX tests. I have created a small benchmark, nothing serious. Let me run here. Let's see if it's still running, because I changed a lot of stuff, but I think it should run. And you can complain about what? I had a start process and change it. No problem, I can just add this in here. What is expecting? Velocity. Okay. But the files that are on the GitHub will compile without problems. You just have to add the modules. But I just create a very small benchmark here test, and you can see the SSE code and the AVX with FMA3. That's a lot of stuff to say. The last one is running much faster compared to the SSE code, because I have to add some extra stuff to the envelope that was missing. and it's running a bit slower now, but it's still good. Let me see what I have added, because I don't remember exactly. Oh yes, I added to check if a voice block is idle or not. And well, that's pretty much it. Nothing more than that. I think that I can improve that. Let me take a look on this, because this is really breaking the code, so let me check. That's why I have this benchmarking tool, which I can use with my modules and test things out. So if I go on my envelope here, and let's run this and see the values that it's outputting now, which is much higher than it was before. Let me put the values in here. These ones are very old. The code was wrong, so they don't apply anymore. So let me remove this voice idle thing and see if maybe the problem is not there. Yeah, you can see that it dropped a lot. So this is something interesting. What I'm going to do this last. And instead of a volume variable, we're going to use an integer and see if there's any difference. Let's try first. It was very high compared to before. Of course, it's checking all the 4 values if they have anything over 0 and doing a not operation. So let me try something different. Instead of volume, I'm going to use an integer. Or maybe even I can see only SSC code. Because I'm comparing if values are equal 0. What does the move mask do again? I don't remember. That's why we have the helper. Tomorrow I'm going to work too, so you can expect that. At least I plan to. I was not feeling very well today, so I was almost not working, but I decided to work anyway. That each bit of mask based on the most significant bit of the course which packet single precision. Latency of 2. Okay. Yes, because my compare is going to either output all 1 or all zeros. But there's another mask option, and there is even remove mask. Okay, it's there too, but there's another one that may perform a bit faster. But latency of 2, so well, that's just fast enough. Because there is a test option, but that's only on AVX, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, only on AVX. The test Z. There's the one I was testing today. Test all ones, test all zeros. That's nice too. But it only works with integers. There must be a better way to do this. I really love this SSE and AVX stuff. Some people say, that's not worth the time because the compiler does everything, but not in this case. It really doesn't do much. I have an idea because I wonder if that's not breaking the code a bit. So I'm going to get instead. Let me try this out. Someone once told me that if you mix SSE with regular code, it gets lower. But that's not what I'm seeing here. I'm seeing something different. Because this is really consuming to test. But then again, it's not so problematic, but I just wonder if I can improve that, because that's, to be honest, I'm having a little bit of trouble. I got too obfuscated by this, like a bit of OCD trying to get in deep helms in these instructions, and I got a bit crazy, to be honest. So that's why I'm slowing down, because I want to understand this better before I can continue, so I don't make any mistakes or stuff that can slow down the processing before I really continue doing complicated stuff. I don't know if that makes any sense. So from what I'm seeing here, I'm just moving the mask. Maybe, just maybe, let me try something here. Maybe I could just copy this. The move mask is already outputting an integer, if I'm not mistaken. Move mask. Yes. Yes, it already outputs an integer. When comparing the numbers and getting the mask. Let me try something. Where is my code in here? Let me put this back in there. So the idle voice I'm going to set up as an integer. I'm going to do two things in there. And the idle voice, I'm going to do the same thing. So, can compute this just one time. My nose, sorry about that. Started to get on my nerves. So is voice idle, and I'm going to use as an integer in here. And just return the registration value. So okay, is voice idle. Maybe, no, I'm not going to call voice idle. Voice value mask. Otherwise, I'm going to go crazy later trying to understand why I use that name. Equals 0. So voice value mask. Mask. Okay, over 0 mask. So now I have the voice value mask. And I'll just get the voice value mask. So it has, because the mask, let me check, the mask is comparing against 0. If it's 0, it's going to output 1. So if it's not, I could output that as I could compare if higher than 0, compare greater than 0. If it's greater than 0, it's going to be 1. That's correct. N over 0 mask integer. Now I have to do that same for AJAX. Integer N over 0 mask return mask compare equal, not equal, I want greater, and I return the mask. Let's see if that runs a bit better. Or not. It worked. Oh, I forgot. Oh boy. Something went wrong. That's not good. First, let me do this last, and then recheck my SSC code in here. Compare greater N over 0. So if it's greater than 0, without putting ones, that's 0xx. 0ff, sorry. Current video n over 0. Just going to do this for now. Because it's turning idle before it is really idle, so I don't know. But there's something into it. Okay, let me think again. Value mask equals current value n over 0 mask. Okay, so let me check again. Move mask. Was the greater, you compare greater PS against the value. It's going to be all ones if it's true, which is all mask is going to be all ones. Oh, okay, there's a problem in there. That's why I was not comparing. Never mind. Not equal. Compare not equal PS. The correct one. Never mind. Compare not equal, because I want all the response to be ones. If they equal 0, my response is going to be equal to 1. Not equal. Jesus, why is it so hard? So let's say all my values are 0. So compare not equal to 0, all 0. So they are not equal. So I get 1. Otherwise, I get a mixed match. I think that's correct now. Not equal. And not equal. Okay, that should work now. No, it's not working. It's putting into idle mode all my voices. So the easiest thing is to use just equal and move mask equal and not in here. It's just that it looks weird. I don't like that, but it's the correct one. Yeah, that's correct. And you can see that the usage is already lower compared to before. So it was taking longer to process that because it was breaking the code. It's not a big deal in here because this code is very small, but you can imagine when the code starts getting very large and you have more stuff, especially in your wavetable code, which is going to be large and going to run multiple times because of the oversampling. Now I'm curious to see if I put the integer check in the middle of the SSC check, if that breaks a bit. It doesn't seem to break. So that's good to know. But what I want to know, because I have my value in here, and I want to move it. Well, I'm going to leave this last because just in case. And it's not a big deal because it's the current value. I don't mess with the current value anymore. So, but actually there is a problem in the end here. So the velocity actually should be the velocity, not current value. Because I'm applying the curve here, and then I write to the output. Okay, now this one is more correct actually. Interesting. And it broke the AVX code. Weird. What's happening here? I did something wrong again. Why the AVX not working anymore? Oops. Well, something shitty just happened, and I don't know what's going on. Because there is a small problem in here. Oh, Lord. No, that's correct. There's something strange going on. We will call! That's just silly. The wonders of programming. Why can't we all just get along? Let me check if I have other options of masking the bits and moving a better way. So let me check this in here. Let's try to start SSE. And the only one is the mask move. Well, I was expecting something different. Lattice of 1. Oh, V, sorry. V is just for the voice. I just put it in here on the top. So I just go to the value plus voice because here like position has to be per voice. Value 2 and sustain, value again, and then output, velocity. All these are per voice. So actually what I have to do here is just get the velocity output, because it is the velocity has the final output, but I don't know why it's not allowing me to do that. Just weird. As you can see that the AVAX code crashes. I don't know why. That's just weird. Let me check. Maybe the masking I did wrong. So compare any over mask, move mask, compare equal to 0. Ah, seems correct. Set 1 0 compares to 0 and move the mask. Because there's something fishy going on here. Take a look at the main component in here. For testing, check idle 0, 8, 16, 24. It's the same order. Is idle equals true? If idle and voice mask not 0, is idle equals false. But in here, it's outputting me something different. I bet it's something very stupid that's going to take me 2 days to fix. Because this always happened to me. N over mask. Value we're comparing equals to 0. And then we move the mask, which is moves all the ones from the bit sign. I don't know, maybe I'm going to continue this tomorrow. It's getting on my nerves already. Crap. Always, it's obvious. It's clear that I'm doing something wrong in here. The value mask is not correct. Boy, I'm tired today. Check here. Value mask equals 0 xff. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's something simple, but I'm failing to grasp the concept in here. I don't know. I really don't know. Crap. I'm going to retire for today. Just rest here. I'm going to try a bit later, but I think that's it for me for today, guys. I'm pretty sure I can find a problem in what's going on in here soon. It shouldn't be a really big deal, but who knows. So again, thanks for watching, man. And tomorrow maybe I'm going to stream again. Let's see if I'm okay. So thanks again for watching. Till next time, okay, man.